Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for showing up. I already see SD Houston in the comments. Much appreciated. Um, Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you guys all showing up here today. Just to give you a little showcase of what we'll do, I'll talk a little bit here in the beginning. I actually will have a number of like prompt questions for you guys, not for writing, but just things to think about for us to chat in between sprints. I'll be sprinting for about 45-minute sessions. And then I'll talk a little bit about my first idea or question. But of course, what is everyone working on? And I'm going to go and check the comments here real quickly. And once again, I'm new at this. So as I work through technological difficulties and being weird on screen, please work with me. All right, let's see what the comments are. SD is here. Hi, made friends like button. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ready for some more focus time. Yeah, I am hoping to get quite a bit of writing done. So my schedule was not supposed to be as clear as it is today and the next several days. So I'm wanting to get my story done, which is a fantasy romance, slow burn romance. I wanted to get it done by the end of the month, which it's going to take some crunching down the words. So I'm hoping today and tomorrow I'll be able to get quite a number of words done. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. We will see how that goes. If I can get a good, for me, like a good chunk of words today, like let's say 5,000 words, which sounds crazy. Well, I can get that much done today and tomorrow and a couple days after that. I will be in a good situation. So, what's everyone working on? Hi, Rita. Rita, thank you for showing up. We will be continuing with adding stories to a book online with my Faded Adventure story mail. Now that I have the coding down, which is cool, by the way, coding is not always the easiest of things, and adding audio to it can make things even more complicated. So cool. Now that I have the coding down, the longest part will be taking my notes and making them into stories. Cool. But also the table of contents coding. Oh, will take me the longest. I will have so many different animations going on the page with strike throughs and pop up info and some chapters fading out, but that's probably a tonight thing. That sounds really cool. Um, yeah, I was just wondering, like, are you going to record any of that? I don't know. That might give away too much information or distract you too much, but that seems like a lot of cool and hard work to do. Well, it wouldn't be too bad to see it. Got to get all the content sent first. Okay. Because the table has links to all the content, easier to have the URL to hand for all the chapters, then to write the code, then go back in and modify URLs and instructions to link. Oh, this is a lot of work. Hi and wave. Waffles are also welcome too. A1, kill my. Oh yeah, I still have the banner up from last time. Yes, kill my darlings first, then resurrect them by putting them into the lost files. That I like the sound of that. The lost files reminds me of the Dresden file. Into the lost files. Occasionally, they make it into another story. Oh, read it. We were here early and left my comment saying yay, but sometimes if a comment is put too early in the chat before the stream, then the comment jumps off. Hey, Coffee Crate Connect, welcome back. Thank you for showing up. And I think, unless I'm missing a comment, because I know the Rita's in here, I think those are all the comments. And hi, Coffee Crate Connect. Yay. So yeah, I was supposed to change this question, but it's still the same. For me, I the lost files. I like the idea that I like the idea of cutting stuff and just pasting it someplace else. And then a number of times, as I mentioned yesterday, like I'll have characters that come to mind. I'm like, I really like them. I'm like, yeah, you will get a spinoff at some point in time. Actually, so one of the novella that I wrote that is a reader magnet. Part of it is because I didn't feel like one of the characters had a lot of on screen time, and I remember one of my good reader friends is reading. Was like, I don't know if I like that character that much. I was like, but this character is great. But I'm like, but we can't see you on the screen in this story yet. So I'm like, you know what? I got a whole nother story that they're gonna go into. Actually, Shannon, you'll know this. The whole bog hag stories that we had to write, I ended up creating a novella with that character I had in mind because she's essentially a witch. That's her background. It's magic and fire. So I created a good story. And that whole novella in of itself, I already see two other stories coming from that. I consider just having that within my reader magnet. Like, hey, this is just what you guys get because you guys are part of my mailing list. Um, so yeah, I like keeping my people together and trying to remember like unique interests. If there's certain scene sections, I'll just cut those and put them to the side. And sometimes I get to look back and like, oh, that was pretty cool. Maybe not for what I was writing, like doesn't match, but cool. Let's see. Rita was the commenter that fell off. Ah, gotcha. She was here early to leave the first count. Oh, yay! Thank Rita. Hello again, SD. Hey, Rachel. Thanks for showing up here. Appreciate it. Hello. New here. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, Rachel, thanks for showing up. As I was mentioning earlier, I don't know if you heard it, but we'll just be doing 45-minute sprints, and I'll have little prompts up on the screen. I'm currently killing my darlings in editing. Oh, yeah. Just save them for later, maybe. Welcome, Rachel. Oh no, sometimes that hurts. Yeah. And this current work I have going on, there are some things I'm like, oh, I wanted to put that in there. Oh, it has such richness. I'm like, yeah, later on, we'll build from that. I've been wanting to create a novella from my ball hack story too. Yes, just have too many other stories going at the moment. Yes, that with the conference that you have that's about to come up, Shannon, if you can put a link, I mean, yeah, there should be a link for the whole conference that's coming up. You can put that in here just so that if other people pop up, they can see it. But you have a lot Kickstarter like you've had a lot that you are working through. So uh, I'm sure the novellas will come out soon. Let me know when you do get that one done because I would love to check it out. Thanks. So yes, it does hurt. Yeah. Feel like should have ice cream for editing days. Good afternoon, Rachel. Hey, Coffee Crate Connect. Oh, sure. Yeah, we have a website. Awesome. Yeah, you can just post that, and that would be awesome. Thank you. So the one thing that I was going to mention, and hopefully this won't take too long, and then we'll get to our sprints. I know everyone has something to work on. But a question that I have in general is, what do you think? What inspires or what informs? So I guess those are two different things. What informs your writing and what inspires your writing? Just something worth thinking about. I recognize, I was talking to one of my friends. He's also a writer. We were talking about, like our backgrounds influencing our writing, certain things coming out in terms of our writing. And I was just curious if there are certain things that kind of inform your writing. So for me, well, there's a whole bunch of things. But I know that part of it is my martial arts experience. Like that definitely has a big impact on my writing. I spent about over 10 years like very focused on doing martial arts. So that has a big impact. I think the point that I spent a lot of time writing nonfiction because of like papers and stuff like that actually influences like the clarity in my, not that it's always clear, keep in mind it's not always clear, but as the other half said, like you can envision my worlds. Like if I say dirt, you know exactly that it's dirty, it's grimy, it's things or whatever. If it's beautiful, like it's shining, it's bright, it's very clear, it's very to the point. And then just I think in general, my experiences, I've lived in so many different parts. I grew up on the East Coast of Philadelphia, but then I moved into a small Midwest community and I had a short stint. I was blessed to live abroad for a little while. So I've gotten to interact with lots of people. I've got to interact with people who, live in poor areas. I've got to interact with people who come from wealthy backgrounds. I think all of those kind of inform and influence like the writing of my characters and the settings and some of the challenges that come up. I definitely like writing like factions that work kind of underneath the surface. I've had a background doing kind of public service work, and there's so much that goes on that people never even notice. So I don't know. Those are some thoughts. What might influence your writing? What kind of experiences have you had? So I'll let you guys think about that, but we will get our writing timer up here. So give me just a second. So I've been using StreamYard, and I guess I have to pay to reset to be able to reuse the same settings I had before. So every time I have to kind of go back into my files to load everything up. So I'm just looking for the countdown timer right now. All right. Countdown timer set. All right. Well, let's get on going to writing the focus here. So I'm gonna switch us over, and we'll be a 45-minute sprint. We'll have 30 seconds just to kind of make sure everyone's in place to get the writing going. And let's start. All right, everyone. Welcome back. Hopefully, I haven't scared you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Or finish up the last bits of what you're working on. Got a little break here. Um, how'd it go? How'd your writing go? I got not a bunch of words, but some words for me. I got about 194 words, which is good because I have been kind of stuck in this transition scene for a minute. The two main characters have just defeated like a minion of the big bad evil guy, right? And now I need to transition into a moment of calm, but there's a couple of residual things left over, and I need to build a scene where they can kind of communicate and be a little bit more open. So I just for the last 2 days, I think I've kind of struggled a little bit with that transition. So 194 words with a little help has been very good. So now I feel like I can start writing them talking and kind of letting some of those barriers that they've had kind of go down. And I think one of the characters who's been the most, um, let's say, guarded, will start to show a little bit more about who they are in their past because it's at this point it's earned, right? The other characters earned the right to see a little bit of who this other person is, and the other character kind of wants to show it. They have enough to relate on. So even though it's 194 words, and I surely will love like 900 words, 1,000 words, I've made a little bit of progress with that. I remember at the end or in beginning of the chat, right before the start of the sprint, I was asking about where your experiences, what experiences inform you. And part of the reason I think about that is I think it's important to consider is I remember some of my favorite pieces of artwork is an artist named Soroya, Joaquin Soroya, I think. And he does an art called Impressionismo. Um, excuse me, Impressionism. And I learned about him in art class, and I loved his work, but he was different from the other artists during his time. Like a lot of the fine art back then, it was very detailed, everything was very clear, everything was very much in focus. Um, but his artwork, the characters that were in the background were a little bit blurred out, which we might expect that now, but at that point in time, everything was clear. I can't think of those particular fine art paintings that I can mention, but like think of something with Socrates in it or something like that. But his had depth to it. And his paintings were also like the size of walls, like, in your house. So as we studied him, we found out that he was impacted by photography. The camera came out during his time. And so, unlike all the fine art painters before him, he decided to incorporate that distance that you could see with photography. And then his murals, I mean, essentially the murals, they were still on canvas, just huge. I believe he wanted the sense, or at least I had this, was that you could walk into that world, you could experience that. And I just thought that's pretty wonderful. I really loved his artwork, but it's also the same thing, like the experiences that we have can inspire us, but also they can influence how we approach the art that whatever our artwork is, be it dance, be it song, be it writing, whatever it is. So that's kind of what I brought up. I think it's always something worth to consider. Uh, Also, same thing. I think about a writer named Dean Wesley Smith. Some of you guys may be familiar. He talks a lot about writing to the dark, and his big thing is that we all know story. Now can I be a writer? Can I write? Can I not write? I mean, everyone here writes, so probably feel comfortable, but it's like, we've been told stories since we were children. And I remember hearing that, and I think about all the ways in which I engage in story, and those elements definitely influence how I write. Like I like video games, for example. There are certain characters, traits, or styles that you can approach it. I look at like people that play like D&D or Pathfinder. I look at how they create characters, how they go about storytelling to try to give myself a different lens and edge in writing stories. I also like watching Japanese animation or anime, and how they tell stories has an impact on me. So those are reasons I talked about it. I'll be curious to see everyone's responses. Let me catch up on the comments. Let's see. Let's see. Almost there. Shannon dropped the link for the Author 2 Writing Conference. Please check that out if you haven't. It's coming up pretty soon. Totally free online conference, which is so awesome. So awesome. Everything inspires me. I get little nuggets of ideas from anything I consume. Cool. Note that I rarely consume social media unless it's educational. Fair enough. Yeah, social media. I almost got distracted when I went on here to add a wrench for Rita. I was trying to figure out where to do it, and YouTube just in general was like, oh, how to make sheep fawn cake. I'm like, stay focused, stay focused. But I was like, I really want to learn how to make a chiffon cake. I like to eat. I actually haven't had lunch yet, so food would be a good thing. Coffee Crate Connect, just catching up with the chat. My dog woke up and started acting cute, so I got distracted. What's new? Lovely. But as far as the question about writing, my mother was a librarian for me. Oh, that's awesome. My father had tons of books in his apartment, and being an only child living in the city, that was pretty dangerous. Reading, writing, and dancing basically are in general kept me from getting in trouble. So I did not have the awesomeness of my mother being a librarian, my dad having a whole bunch of books in the house. But I do remember talking to my grandparents during the scholastic book sales and getting a whole bunch of books that way. And I remember, I think it was one summer or whatever. I spent most, or maybe it wasn't, no, it wasn't summer, it was during school year. But I spent most of my time just sitting on the couch, reading Goosebump books. Now, a lot of other people might be getting in trouble, but I was inside with my cousins and I was just reading books. And as far as what inspires me writing, literally everything. I call my dog all kinds of different names. I tell her she looks like a bald eagle, a porcupine, a great white shark, etc. So I have an idea hold on, etc. So I have an idea which I may or may not ever get to. I'm sorry. I had an idea which I may or may not ever get to you about writing a story that involves a dog who shapeshifts into all these different animals, has all these different life experiences. Oh, that would be fun. And I'm curious, would it still have like the mind of a dog, and how might you write that kind of mind? Like you're going to learn different things if you're up in the air as a bald eagle than you would if you were deep in the ocean as a great white shark. That's pretty cool. Would that be like a novel, or would that be like a kid story? Because I could see it going either way. Now, we could only get about 10 more hours each day so I could take care of all the creative projects I want to do, right? Absolutely. I've wanted to do like, for example, voice acting. I was like, oh, the amount of time it will take for me to do that will take way, way too long. At most, for now, I guess, nonfiction, unless it's my own stuff. For now, just nonfiction. Doing the fantasy stuff will take a while. JC Carpenter, hey there. Thanks for showing up here today. It's good to see you. I think I saw you in another stream the other day. I think they were talking about it was a writing craft book. The Story Grid, which Shane and I actually had a whole podcast on. So, yay. Rita Adeshile! Sorry if I hurt your ears, guys. Hey, Rita, love your energy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I was working the comments in the Hub's call, so I missed your intro. Oh, that's all fine. I'm still learning how to do the whole intro process, too. So it's a lot easier for me just chatting with people directly in front of me. So I used to do presentations, but since I started streaming, I just have been kind of just going at it, just jumping into it. So it's a little different for my little introvert self, not having a pre-planned script out. But the intro is just a hi. This is what we're doing. Just posted a video. I said hello, read it to add the link. And now, mwahaha, she has the wrench power. Hi, JC, Coffee, Shannon, Rachel, all the hellos. The LOL. There's the link there if you guys want to check out Rita's video. Thank you. Smiley faces. All right, I'll speed up a little bit here. Are you on Facebook too? Adeshile Writes. I have a Facebook page for Adeshile Writes, which you could find, but I'll have to find a link. So honestly, I'm not on Facebook very often. I know I need to now because I need to like go into the writer groups, and I'm a part of a few. I just have not been in there, and I need to like look at the groups where there's like beta writers because I already want to start moving towards that. It's nice to have some feedback while you're going through the process of writing. Um, so I'm not so active on Facebook. I kind of left it several years ago, just with things as they were and given my work. They're very clear, like, hey, you need to be extremely careful what you post online. It's just like, meh, I'm not benefiting anything from the Facebook, so I'm just going to stop being on there. And I've done that. It's almost a decade, I would say. Not exactly. It's 4, 5, 6, 7 years. I don't know. It's getting up there since I've really been active, at least on Facebook. A little bit on Instagram, but I haven't been as active on there either. Hey Rita. Heather, thank you. Thank you for showing up here today. I know you said you subscribe, so I appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by. Let's see the hellos. Living life, reading books, informing my writing. So these are things that are informing Rita's writing. Another hello. Read through 2 chapters. Awesome. So are you, Rachel, because I think you said you're editing, right? So did you just read through and just to read through and then you'll go back and edit? Coming in late, lots of editing to do. Just right with Jody. Hey, Jody, thanks for showing up. Lots of editing to do. I get you. I feel like editing can both be joyful, at least when you come across the scenes, you're like, oh, this is awesome. Or after you edit something, you're like, this is great. And then there's that in between where it's like, oh, I have to fix that. But I'm hoping that your editing is going fine and you're having a lot of fun. I've been taking a break to get my son's clothes ready for tomorrow night. It's his prom. Oh, awesome. As soon as I walk the dog, I can get back to my edit times. Shan says she's making progress. Hubby came home and interrupted her focus, but he brought food for the win. Highs. Hello, Shannon. Now that's an interruption I could get behind. Awesome. The other day, I think I mentioned I was hoping that the other half would make food. She was. It was delicious. Hi, Tracy, Jody. More highs. Yay, my Insta360 gimbal was delivered. Oh, yeah, I know what those are. One of my friends uses those. Was delivered, so I'll go to the post office next spring. Finally bit the bullet and bought it for film. One of my friends uses that. Like his business is based on that. He does a lot of social media stuff for companies. Love that feeling. Oh, that's great, Rita. But haha, did I hear cake? Oh, so yes, I want to learn how to make this chiffon cake. It was like 4 or 5 inches in height. It looked so great. But I'm wanting to make a lemon cake. A friend brought over some like very, very ripe bananas, so I need to make another banana bread. But I've been wanting to make a lemon cake and a vanilla cake, which are essentially the same thing. But I don't know. I like making food and sending it out, and people get to enjoy it, especially when I send out, because then I can eat a little piece and say I had it, and enjoy it, but I don't eat the whole thing. And I'll read the cake. Although with my partial tone dudes, it sounds like you said bell cake. Bell. That would be an interesting design, a bell cake. Huh. Would that be a cake shaped like a ball? Hell, look at us lost to the cake. OG autocorrect plus talk to text typos. I got you. Those typos. Oh, voice acting is fun. You'd be good at. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you, Rita. I appreciate it. And Rita, if I recall, you are a singer, right? So in my last book that I put out there, A Fury Tale, there's actually music in there. It was the first time I tried my hand at drafting a song. Now it was kind of in the symphonic metal category, so a bit of metal, a bit of symphony, but that was a really fun experience. But I will have to make sure that proper narration happens for that because there's still music on there. But it was a very fun thing. I felt very proud of writing that of getting that song together. I was like, huh, I guess being a writer, it takes you in all kinds of directions. I'm thinking more like a novella. Okay. I don't think I would want to turn into a full novel. That would take too much time. But I think it would be an interesting idea to play. Cool. And that's referring to the dog being able to turn to all these different animals, which reminds me of a book series called Animorphs. So everyone recalls that. JC, hey Shannon, my friends, how are you? Hugs around, more hellos. I said your name a few times in your stream today. JC, did you hear it over there? Ah. Okay, jump off for a little screen time break. If you're still sprinting when I'm done, I'll be back. Cool. I should be here for a few hours. More hellos. Hellos to Jody. I did a job playing the part of a news reporter in a video. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I did a job of playing a news reporter in a video game on the ground floor of a war zone. What was the name of the darn video game? Can't remember, but it was so fun to do. That is awesome. If you remember, please do share. Depending on the game, I probably played it. Yeah, that was a Stig in Marlon's Rise chat. Okay. Yeah, yep. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I enjoy. I got in there towards the tail end, but I want to revisit some of what they said. I think they also agreed that it was a decent book. But like I think their wording was like a college course, and I remember being like, yeah, this book was a lot to kind of get through. Shan, we've done a number of kind of doozy books. I feel like that one and the emotional craft of fiction are kind of heavy craft books. I've also been inspired by my childhood, spending time outdoors, taking care of animals. Oh, what kind of animals did you take care of? Did you take care of horses or anything, or just like the cats and dogs? Summers are pretty much that, and reading and watching ST Star Trek Returns with my older brother. Oh, yes, old Star Trek. It's so funny now that we kind of have the communicators because you have apps on your phone now where it will just translate for you. Heartbreaking Sarah Cannon and mine, Jody, Jean Daniels are good places to hang out. Haha, hugs. And I'll start speeding up here a little bit so we can get everyone back to focusing on their work. Jay and I were talking about just being around happy people. Yeah, then I mentioned how I just thought about when I was in your stream last night. You're always smiling, laughing. It's nice to be around happy people. Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, being around friendly, happy writers, man, it's it's awesome. I think even though I'm an introvert, when I get to be around like-minded people that are positive, it's a lot easier to be. Yeah, it's great. It's good. It's good time. So, and thank you for showing up to the stream last time, Shannon. I see it. Did not. I had a bit of a late start today. Now I'm curious and must go peek. Hello. More highs. Oh, I just explained it above, so no need unless you really want to. Just work on some minor edits, proofreading. I'm already finished major edit developments, and I think, I have more. So I didn't see how much the scroll was. I will be faster, guys. FB has changed a bunch since you've been on it. Then give it another try at bare minimum. You can use it to cross promote. I meet a lot of offers on there who end up on my show. Okay, I will check it out. And when's your I think you're done for the season, but what's your next season for author interviews? I'll share it to my people. I mean I have a little mailing list so I can share it to them. Doing well, Tracy. How are you? He said I still need to make sure I go and smash the like button though. Awesome. Hearts. Oh, Shan, you're so sweet. Awesome. Hello, Rita. Yeah, I'll review for Amazon Live too, but I really did want to level up my filming a bit. I bought a cheap version, which I love refer to as my clunk cam. It's cute and pink, but clunky. Yeah, singer songwriter. Rita's the mistress of all creative trades, as far as I know. Hello. Oh, wow, that's amazing. You're right. Yeah, yep. It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. It took a little work, but it was fun. Read it. Rita is an incredible artiste. Oh, Shannon, you're making me blush. Oh, there's a term for a person with like all the craft, all the multiple skills. A Renaissance woman. A Renaissance woman. Oh my gosh, you're all just so sweet. Love you guys so much. You know what kind of idea? But really joking. I will edit, read the next books, and they will audio record my next book. Dual narrators for the win. Dual narrators for the win. No, dual narrators are awesome. They are. That is the way to go. And Shannon, I remember you narrated at least one, if not, was it one or two of your books? I know you did at least one of your books. Uh, Please, if you want, feel free to throw it in the chat here. Yes, we do tend to read heavier topic books. You started The Art of War for Writers, right? Is that heavy like that? It is not heavy. It is quite punchy, and actually, it's a fairly quick and easy read through. He's very concise in what he says, and I feel like each of the chapters you can. I mean, they're only a couple of pages. Each of the chapters you can implement or reflect on. So, um, where it might be challenging is just how much of the content you want to cover, just because there are a number of chapters, but each one is functional. So, but very, very short, very quick. So I think I'm just about through it. We're getting to the point where we're talking a lot more about traditional publishing, which is interesting to me to some extent, but not as interesting. I'm not paying as much attention, but I've pretty much read most of the book. I may have kind of glanced over those final chapters. I think I might really have like a chapter or two, maybe five. There's several chapters in there, but it's really good. It's a nice, easy, functional win read. Armchair Chats will begin in the fall of September 2025. September and Coffee Crate Connect. I think that is also a couple things are happening in September. Your fall chat, your armchair chats will begin. I think Coffee Crate Connect is hoping to get her book out during that time. So a couple things to look forward to in September. That'll be fun, Shannon. I'll be down for that for sure. Hey, I know she was joking, but hey, I'll give it my best. I haven't narrated one book that's published. I've narrated 3 others, but they aren't edited yet. Gotcha. Oh, good. Read The Art of War for Writers. Yep. Rita reads heavier books, and slinks back behind that coloring book that she's coloring. Yeah. Oh, I love it. I love it. Well, The Art of War for Writers, well, it's not heavy. It is a pretty easy breezy one to get into. I think a lot of J. Scott Bell's books are pretty easy to get into. I think the longest one that I've yet to get through was kind of I can't seem to say the word right now. Compendium, whatever it is a kind of comprehensive one that he wrote with the Great Books series or whatever, and it kind of covers a lot of his overall teachings. Even that isn't that challenging. I've been reading through that to, in general, kind of see what else he has to say. But that's where he talks about signposts, and he just covers over a lot of different topics. It's a good, worthwhile listen or read. The audiobook allows you to get a PDF of the book as well, or most of the material. So very, very, very useful. Anyone's welcome to join us for the chat about The Art for Writers. We don't have a record date yet. We will be looking to set one in July. Yep. I'll probably read back through here and start taking some notes. Well, I say that I'm probably not going to do that, but I probably will reread through it again because I reread through books like that. And I really like J. Scott Bell. Him and what is his name? Drew Hayes. He wrote. Let me see if I can find the name of the book, and then I will mention the next prompt, and we will get to writing focus. I know everyone has things to do. But let me pull up my audiobook list. Underqualified Advice by Drew Hayes. Hilarious. It is It's a lot. So Drew has a really good, Drew has a sense of humor. You may find it good or not, but Drew has a sense of humor, and part of the book, like it flip flops between chapters. So part is like his, what you say, underqualified writing advice, and then the other parts are just like kind of stories that he's thrown in there. Like there's definitely one about a corporation, and it's pretty hilarious. And then somewhere in there, I forget which chapter it is, like there's a whole scene, like a whole like what would be like an urban fantasy scene with someone and Santa fighting off like reindeer, and like it's cutting in between different moments. It was just freaking amazing. I had to go find out what it is. What that's underqualified advice by Drew Hayes. Definitely a interesting, fun read. He's the one who wrote the story called NPCs, where and like Vampire Accountant as well. NPCs is where if you played a game such a tabletop game such as D&D or Pathfinder, they have non-playable characters on there who kind of make up the world, and that story starts off from the viewpoint after you after the viewpoint of the player characters. It starts off from the viewpoint of the non-player characters as they try to take care of all the issues that the player characters created. Anyways, uh, he's a fun author, so worth checking out there. I think Gwen says she was interested in joining us because she read the book already. Cool, awesome. Jody says I am in. Sweet. Oh yeah. I was going to try to remember to get in contact with you anyway for podcast recordings for the next season. I was going to do that in July. She says to Jody. Cool, awesome, awesome. All right, I'm going to put up the next banner and get us back into our working. Okay, so I'm going to. So I kind of had what could have been a very smart order for some of these banners, the next couple of banners, but I'm going to jump out of order because I find this one interesting. Uh, so it says if you could collaborate with any narrator, excluding people in the chat right now, so that we don't have to say anything, right? If you could collaborate with any narrator. If you need to, that's fine. If you collaborate with any narrator, live or dead, who would it be? The next one, the one that's supposed to precede this, is any author. But if you listen to audiobooks or just TV, there might be certain voices that you love. There are a couple of narrators that I would love to collaborate with. So I don't know. Whatever amount that you want to say is fine. If you want to say why or like what books they've heard from them, even better. But yeah, if you could have anyone narrate your work or series or anything like that, who might it be? All right. Um, so that's for some future thoughts. We will get to the focusing. And to start us off, Morgan Freeman. You can't go wrong with Morgan Freeman. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. If you got any more you can think of, Jody, please let us know. All right, I'm going to get us going to our sprint. It'll be 45 minutes with a kind of 30-second in between so that we have time to get ready. I'm going to switch this over. And let's get going. All right, everyone. Have fun. All right, everyone. Come on back. Finish up where you were. It's time for a nice little break. And if you haven't had water or anything yet, stretch it out, get some water. You've got to do the bathroom break or what have you. Feel free to just turn the stream up louder so you can hear if you need to run off. Whatever you got to do. Oh, I stretch my back out here. I need to get a like a little cushion or something like that, or something for the lower back. I was listening to the No Nonsense editor, and she was talking about the value of getting a good mouse to prevent against carpal tunnel syndrome. And I they're like these strange mice that you use where you don't move the actual mouse, but you just move the rolly ball. But she also talked about getting like back support for your chair. And I've ever since I moved desk, I used to have a drafting table that I use, but never have moved me to the other room with a new different desk, but it sits lower. And ever since, my back has been hurting a lot. Now I've not always been very kind to my back, and I don't go to chiropractor right now. But I don't know how much it has to do with how I'm sitting because this is at a different height, and I can't seem to get it to work right. But yeah, I'm looking at some point to get some kind of back support or something like that, so my lower back doesn't hurt too much. Anyways, I hope your writing went well for you. I got how many words did I get done? Got 389 words done. So I'm glad about that. We're still transitioning. I had a really fun moment in which I told the character made a statement that, like this in her mind, what she said was like, this ain't a romance story, right? So I like the fourth wall kind of breaks. And then she references another book that another character who's important to her reads. They secretly read romance books. And she talks about like a scene in it, like, oh, this contrived scene or whatever. But like the book she's referring to is actually one of the books that I've written, which I actually like to see in the like lots of people like this particular book here. Even though it wasn't meant to be a fantasy romance, how everything is set up, because it's kind of during medieval times and you got paranormal creatures there. If it reads fantasy and romance, it wasn't intention. It was a part of a prequel series to an urban fantasy series, right? But people really like that book, so I actually referenced that book in there. I'm just like, oh, that's funny. That's funny. Anyways, let me catch up with the comments, and then we'll talk about if you could collaborate with any narrator, who might it be? So let me see where we're at here. I really enjoy fourth wall breaks, but I really enjoy like just randomly referencing another book that I've done. Maybe it's not the best thing to do, but I have fun with it. Um, I don't know if I've done that in everything, but I've done that a few times. Um, let me see where we're at. Archer chats. Heavier books. Yes, the Morgan Freeman quote. Yeah, or the Morgan talking about Morgan Freeman as a potential narrator. Yeah, can't go wrong. Let's see. Rhea was saying Edgar Allan Poe. Ha! Wouldn't it just be hilarious to hear his style linguistics in the modern era retelling? Oh yeah, that would be pretty interesting. I wonder what his voice was like. I just think about when I read like or I've heard some of his stories. I'm just like, oh yeah, that'd be interesting. But I do wonder what his voice would be like. Fun. Uh, but for Rio's pick would be Gerard Butler in his full Scottish accent. Gerard Butler. So I think I get Gerard Butler confused. Is he the one who did he do 300 or um a gladiator? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Sorry, I've been trying to figure out what that video game name was this whole time. Oh my gosh, I had to scroll so far down on IG feed. It's by Skull DC Games. That's all I can figure out so far. Skull DC Games. Okay. You think I keep track with this stuff on my formal resume for acting, but why make like but why make like what why make life easier? Shrugs. Haha. uh gotcha. So wow, that was like a time capsule. I was getting all nostalgic. Oh, it's funny when I get to find out voice narrators have like voice actors who've been in so many things. Like, oh, I didn't know this person was there. Like, oh, that takes me back. I didn't know they narrated this story or this animated series or whatever. Cool. Okay, Shannon. I don't know any narrators. I don't typically listen to audiobooks because I can't understand parts of the reading. Partial tone deafness. I got you. When you come off the sprint, I'll be out at Makita's bus stop. I'll keep you up and running. If you're going for 4 hours, we'll be back in time for the next sprint after your break. Cool, Shannon. All right, well, we look forward to seeing you when you get back here. Thank you. I added one chapter and then did some work on graphics for social media. Cool. And I'm back. Gladiator is Russell Crowe. Gotcha. Gerard Butler did this movie Cavern Healy called The Ugly Truth. Did Gerard Butler do a movie about like the world ending or like some storm stuff or something like that? I don't know. I do know. All right. Okay. So, welcome. I'm sorry. Did I say welcome back, Coffee and Crate? If I feel like I read and didn't register. So let me go back again. Sorry about that. Added one chapter and did some work for graphics for social media. So you've read through two chapters, you're editing one, and then did some graphics for social media. What are your social media stuff? What do you post on your social media? And Coffee Crate is back. He also did Angels Has Fallen with Morgan Freeman and playing with that. Dear Lord. And Mike Coulter. Oh goodness. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. So narrators. Well, having Morgan Freeman, I mean, they had him play sound as like the voice of God. So, and they also say, Kentucky's God country. So having Morgan Freeman narrate in Kentucky would be I'm joking. That would be fun. Fun stuff. Having Morgan Freeman narrate anything would be great. I would have to be like, I would have to really think of like what I would want him to narrate. Like I would write something, especially with Morgan in mind. Then again, one of my characters, I kind of think about him when I write him. Or at least he was part of the inspiration. His name is Moses. That's the nickname or his code name that he goes by. It's Moses. I think everyone thinks his name is Moses, but it's actually not. But that's what they call him, Moses. He is he's a Pompier in my urban fantasy stories, and Pompiers are like an offshoot, like if trying to think of this in like a science sense. So we would say vampires and Pompiers are shoot-offs of the same thing, which is Nosferatu, right? And Pompiers, how they've kind of evolved or developed is that they actually don't require blood to sustain. They actually sustain themselves off of certain fruits. They have a different metabolism and system. And it starts off when they first kind of are imparted with the DNA changing element that causes vampirism. So, but they're called Pompiers, and he's like one of the oldest ones that they know. So he's a really cool guy. He's kind of like the tech guy. He's been around so long. He has a good amount of money because he invested it, got good tech, and it's just kind of the word of wisdom. So he's like the leader. It's almost like not Charlie's Angels, but Charlie, like he's the guy in the background. He doesn't necessarily go out on missions unless he must, unless it's real serious. But he's definitely the guy that puts up the infrastructure and guides everyone to what else needs to be done overall. But anyways, narrators I can think of. So Andrea Parsonale or Parsonu, I think it's Parsonale. I don't know, but she did a number of books by um how the guy has so many books. Anyway, she's done a number of books, and her ability to narrate male and female characters in a multitude of them is pretty impressive. I would listen to most of her books, and I got really sad when she stopped narrating for the author that I liked. Now she has so many. Welcome back, Shannon. I see you just got back. She's narrated quite a number of books for the author. Um, and yeah, so she stopped narrating for him, not because there was any issues, just he was creating so many books, so many varied voices that she's like, oh, okay, I think this is getting to the point. But like, she does a plethora of voices, and definitely like just how, yeah, definitely one of my favorite narrators. So anything with her, like, yes, I'm good for it. If you listen to Dungeon Crawler Carl, different narrator, Jeffrey Hayes, he does male, female voices. I love his stuff. It's kind of amazing the range that he has. And then R.C. Bray, um, he does Nicholas Sansbury Smith's books. Um, it's epic, like not Optimus Prime, but like that level of like, oh, this is epic or epic potentially military. Like it's really cool. I listened to the Helldivers series by Nicholas Sansbury Smith. It's kind of a post-apocalyptic, um, semi post-apocalyptic world in which people skydive back down to the surface because everyone lives in like these airships because the world has become quite radiant toxic and there's all kinds of creatures down there. And the voice, R.C. Bray's voice is just awesome, 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 awesome. Dungeon Crawler Carl I mentioned, that's kind of the lit RPG kind of video game uh, into a world setting. And that's Jeffrey Hayes. And then once again, Andre Parsons. All right, let's see what we got. Love James Earl Jones reading of The Raven. I did not know he did that. I have to check that out. Yeah, James Earl Jones. He's great. Great voice. Oh, Shannon, that's a good one. Yeah, I hadn't even heard about that one. There's a fun area who I love her outtakes. Yeah. Let me see if I can find her. All right. I've been meeting a lot of narrators on LinkedIn who knew there were so many. Oh, really? On LinkedIn? Huh. That's cool. I've not thought of looking for narrators on LinkedIn. That's pretty awesome. I've tried to find other like authors on LinkedIn, but it's a little hard. I've had a little bit of challenges doing it there. I think authors don't often update their LinkedIn or they put that much effort to it, which for various reasons probably no need to, right? Or I should say culturally it's just not typically done. Could have a lot of benefits, but I don't really see that many authors. I found her. Here's one of her shorts. Check it out, guys. Check it out. Have fun with it. Note the warning: adult content implied. So I guess serious or language or something like that. I don't know. What's her name? Optimus Prime. Yes, he be the narrator boss, right? Like his voice is so awesome. And R.C. Brave, you get to listen to, especially with Nicholas Sandberg Smith, just because of his writing is just very, very forward action oriented. RC Bray just brings it alive, and I think that's a great thing about a narrator is that they can take a great text and make it fantastic, and they can take a text that maybe is they can take a text that's maybe so and make it great, or it takes that just is like boom solid and just amp it up. I think about the narrators who I've had, and they've done an amazing job. So I know I've talked about, what narrators could we have, but like I have Shaw James, I have who I've narrated with. I'm actually listening to a book he's narrated recently about marketing. Shaw James is, if you guys want to know the narrators I'm talking about here, let me know. I can try to put you in contact with him. Actually, let me see. Hold on. Let me see if let me pull up something here. just in case. So Shaw James, so like yeah, I have access to his content. So his contact info, but Shaw James, he narrated my Blood and Bonds. He narrated what else has he done? My Moonwatch. So I mean, he really brought those characters alive. Another book I have, by narrated by Amanda Dunlap. I had a very serious character, and we need to really kind of she brought a lot of gravitas, a lot of weight to that character's serious behavior. And when there were moments that could potentially be funny, but just by the nature of it, because she was been so in character, she hit it. Wasn't even intentionally funny, but people who heard the part like that's so real. What her response was that I laughed. I'm like, yeah, because it is. And then CB Parks, oh man, she did a great job with my romance story. Like she brought that character out, gave that character life. Amazing job. So narrators can I mean they can just do amazing things. So yeah, I actually at some point I'm hoping to reach out to the narrators who have narrated before for me and see if they'd be willing um to be on a podcast, YouTube uh interview. And I forgot one of my narrators. I'm sorry. I haven't talked to them for a while. We haven't gotten to work a whole bunch together. But Nichelle Summer, she did my kind of lit RPG story called The Incidental Hero. So, once again, I gave her some hard names that she had to say. She got them. Like, thank you so much. So, she did a good job as well in terms of bringing out the character's personality. So, yeah. All right, let me see. Oh yeah, and Rita said that the person is funny, so check her out. She's a narrator for Spicy Romance. Got it. Right? Laura Horowitz. Okay, Laura Horowitz. I had to check Laura out. Laura Horowitz. See what shit her works is like. Answer: I had to do some research, but Morphe, I'm messing their name up. Morphe Clark, the lady who plays Galadriel in the Rings of Power series. Oh, okay, Morphe. Let me see if I can find a pronunciation to pronounce Morphe. Commercial. Gosh, do y'all hate that when you're trying to give a quick answer or statement to something and YouTube hits you with commercial? Okay, moving forward, we'll have to come back to that a little later. But hopefully Miss Clark won't be too bothered. We'll get it right. Hopped over to leave the video a like and subscribe. Thank you, Coffee Craig Pack. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Also, I made some changes to the listings in my nonfiction book, verified some spellings, and did some fact checking. So I remember you are about to come out with a book, right? This is different, correct? If this book is already out, just please we can get a link. Sorry, it's more Vith. It's more Vith. Hard to sound. Oh, okay. Morvith. 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 We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. I'll be trying to say it correctly here. Not quite yet in terms of my pronunciation or the book that you're working on. I'll get the pronunciation now. Okay. And hopefully everyone's writing or taking care of things in life. Everything's, family, work, editing. Hopefully everything's going well for everybody. I'm going to put up the next banner here. I'm going backwards order from what I originally planned. If you could collaborate with any author, alive or dead, or whatever, who would it be? So any author that you can imagine working with, who might it be? So that would be a question. You can name more than one. But that'll be a prompt we'll come back to. Another word hits reaches can't spell or pronounce list. LOL. My book is still getting edited, but I hope to release it late June. Awesome. Well, I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Could you tell me a little bit more about your book here, Heather? I'll be tearing into my gimbal and playing with that and finish my rules for posting next week this sprint. Cool. Cool. I'll be continually working on drafting. Like I said, I got a few words in. Some words are better than no words, and some ideas are better than sometimes ideas are better than none that move you forward. So um, we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm gonna have their little emotional beat scene here, a little conversation between the characters, and then yeah, then I'll need to think about how to transition them into the next. Well, I have an idea to start the next challenge, but then I'll have to think through kind of the scenery that they're going to next. All right. Okay. Well, we'll get into it. I see that we have some answers here. I'm going to save the author ones until we come back. Morbid is in Welsh is the hard sound as in t them. Morbid. Morbid. Okay. Morbid. I had to work on that. Sometimes THs give me challenges. Morbid. Okay. All right. So I see the answers here. So we will come back to them later so we can have something to say on once we get back here. So thanks, Jody and Rita. All right. And if you got more, feel free to share them as well. And maybe why you would like to work with them as an author. Maybe there's something in particular that you like, either just a book that you like by theirs or something about their style or something that you're like, yeah, you can share that or not. That's up to you. But if something comes to you, feel free to share that info too. All right, I'm going to switch us over now to a timer. We will have 30 seconds to kind of gather yourselves. It'll be a 45-minute sprint. All right. Let's get back. And make sure we're set. Thanks everyone also for hanging out with me today. If you gotta head out someplace, well, we look forward to seeing you next time and have an awesome, great day. So, all right, starting the sprint now. Welcome back, everyone. How did it go? Did you have fun? I had to step away from the computer for just a little bit, but I still was able to get words in. I got 199 words. Not crazy, but still moving along, still trucking along here, which is good. I wish I had gotten the exact time that I was typing down, because I'd like to try to keep everything in a little document, a little app called Clockify that I start on my sprints or with, and I just save the amount of words I've written in it for each one. So I'll have to estimate, but got some words in. The characters are moving forward. They're finally at a point where they can start to talk. So sitting down. So pretty fun. Pretty glad about that. All right, I'm going to see what comments we get. Hold on one second. I think it's maybe just the dogs outside. I heard something that sounded like it was coming from downstairs, but I think it's just the dogs on the side of the house. Well, I was like, what is that? What is that? Anyways, let's catch back up on the comments. That's right. We were talking about, I believe the name is Morvid. Uh, Morvid is a Welsh name. Morvid. Uh, for the actress that played, I believe it's Galadriel, was it? Let me see. Had to do some research, but Morvid Clark, the lady who plays Galadriel in the Rings of Power series. You guys might have seen me over there pronouncing the name several times, but I didn't listen to it right before we got back into the stream. So we were trying to pronounce her name because the question was about a favorite person to narrate one of your stories. But now our new question is going to be about favorite author to collaborate with. So we'll jump back down to that. Jody was saying L.K. Hamilton, love all her series. I've not read Hamilton. What does she write? Uh, I want to collaborate with Octavia E. Butler. That's awesome. Oh, Octavia, classic right there, classic. I've been wanting to read is it The Left Hand of Darkness? Have you read that, or what's your favorite work by Octavia? Morvid. Won't get it. Let's see. Even phonetic spelling, Heather, it ain't happening over here. Huh. So is it a vif or this? I think I sent a link in the chat here. It's like, oh yeah, trying to learn how to say it correctly. Pronouncing Morvid. Name is spelled Morvid. Morvid. It's pronounced like it be Morvid. Okay. Answer. Carissa Broadbent, romantic fantasy author. I have not read anything. Or have I read anything by Carissa? I don't think I have. What's your favorite piece by her? Um, and is there anything, like I kind of mentioned before, there's anything particular of this author's work that you all like, that you would like to learn from, or what have you? Don't have to answer that if nothing comes to you, but if it does, feel free to share. I sent a video about pronunciation. It's a Welsh name. Heather's is partially Welsh. I'm of Welsh and other similar descent. Cool. I asked Heather if she had any thoughts on the pronunciation that the video I sent. Nope. Okay. Rita says, "Oh, okay. I think I get it. And that is a super cool heritage, Heather. Some languages have math, and that is my worst subject." Let's see. I'm taking Greek. I know Spanish, French, Italian fairly well. I can get around, but Greek is so hard. The symbols and stuff mess me up, and some pictures are sounds makes my head. I can get around Welsh now. I remember a bit of Spanish from high school and in college, but that's about it. I'm curious about Irish Gaelic and Scots Gaelic though. Welsh is not a Gaelic language though. Elevator pitch. This is because I was asking about the book that Heather is working on. The Fairy Glossary and Guide for Writers is a resource to writers of fantasy, science fiction, horror, and any combination thereof. So, Fairy Glossary coming out, I think you said potentially in September, right? Might be starting to get my dates confused, or June. It was one of those dates. It's some either June or September. I think it's June, because the conference is coming up as well. So it'll be just in time for that. Um, want to know what the heck is a buaka? Okay. Yeah, clearly I don't know what I'm saying there. Okay, published from Andy. Andy, hey, waffles to ya. Waffles or waves. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for dropping by, Andy. I appreciate it. And it says, hey, Andy. Andy says, hi, Heather. Hi, I said hi. Hi, Adeshile. Hi, Andy. Lady, I don't know what the one N stands for, but I see the salute. All right, Joe. Hey, did a few more social media posts and edit another chapter. Cool. So now are you going to go read another 2 chapters then, Rachel? Is that your process? I know you said you read 2 chapters and then it seems like now you added one and then the second one. Hi, Andy. The highs. Hi, Rita. Okay, 3 to 5 reels about ready to go. I started daydreaming about making ceviche. Oh, so we know talking about food is my thing. Well, more so like eating food, looking at food, and making food. The learning how to make food has been a more recent development in life, but I like giving people food. Okay, did 1101 in brainstorming for a short story to include in my online book for the Faded Adventures Story Mail. Cool. Uh, So Shannon, so I'm not sure if I completely understand the Faded Adventure Storytell. I think it's a part of your Kickstarter. It's also a webpage. Is it like I know you mentioned this before, so please bear with my memory or my attention or what have you. But it's like kind of like letters that the characters would say. I don't know. Help me out here, please explain what it is. I saw the website and the cool work you were doing that earlier. I just want to make sure that I understand. Uh, Rita, I like most of her work, Octavia Butler, but some of it is pretty far out there, which is her sci-fi genre. So it makes sense, LOL. But my all-time favorite is Kindred. Okay, cool. Broadbent is able to make her stories embody things I like about fantasy, with having romance involved, which is integral to the story, but enriches it so well. Um, what do you like about fantasy then? Like all Broadbent books, I read all of them, all of them, all of them. That's awesome. Waffles for everyone. 81 in. Oh, okay, gotcha. I heard waffles. Oh, I guess making me hungry. Honestly, my process is just whoever gets the book out on time at this point. Hello, I'm going to have a few late nights coming up here. All right. I feel you on the late nights because I am trying to get this book. Hopefully, this short story, which is no longer short. Uh, it's only supposed to take for what 2 weeks or something like that. It was only at most. It's only supposed to be like a 5,000 word story. Uh, Now a couple months later, this wasn't even intention to get this deep into the story, but it just happened. But I actually have like a whole other series that I'm trying to get to and continue because people have been looking forward to it. Uh, the first book in that is Blood and Bond, so it's the prequel story I was talking about before, and so I started this part just to kind of because Blood and Bond seems to fit into that fantasy romance, and I need to work back into my third person writing because a lot of my urban fantasy has been in first person. So like I need to transition. I want to try this fantasy romance stuff. let me just let's just see, you know. So I was just doing it as exploration, and then the story kind of did its own thing, or my writing did its own thing, or whatever. I guess compressing compressing things wasn't my strength in terms of this story. The more I tried to compress it, the less it felt like I was doing it like justice, I guess, or the way that I wanted to go about telling the story. And so it just continued to expand, and it continues. So that's where we're at. So I all that to say is I hope to try to get this done. Now I have a couple of things coming up this month, so I'll be out and about, but I really want to put a lot of words in, ideally to at least have the draft done by the end of the month is the best. That's what I'm aiming for. I told the story once. I told the story once about when I worked for the Department of Aviation for the Marine Corps. People spell my name right, so I people spell my name right. So I signed. People wouldn't spell my name right, so I signed my emails with Shannon one N. Okay, and that became my giving code sign. That's hilarious in my unit. So Andy decided to add lady to. That's hilarious. That's with this. That's awesome. SD Houston, you're also a legit bona fide lady. You got land. Beta Adventure Story Mail is an interactive, epic fantasy romance mystery story told through the mail with online puzzles and mysteries. Thank you so much, Shannon. I appreciate you for saying it. Interactive, epic fantasy romance mystery story told through the mail with online puzzles and mysteries. Fun, 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 fun. Oh yeah, right. Waffles. Now I want waffles and fried chicken. I know it was for dinner. I seriously considered ordering waffles and fried chicken yesterday. So we don't have like a Waffle House here, and I may have at most once eaten chicken fried waffles, but it was late and like the meat that I had taken out hadn't defrosted, so I wasn't going to make dinner last night. And I was like, well, what else is open? This is like almost at 10 o'clock. So choices, because I live in a smaller city, choices got very minimal very quickly. And so I looked up and it's like KFC was on DoorDash and they had chickens and waffles. Like, maybe that'd be a good idea. And then I was like, oh, this is also expensive. Why is everything so expensive? I mean, ordering takeout food and having it delivered, of course, is going to be expensive. I was like, oh, and then I didn't do it. I ate a whole bunch of gummy bears that friend left over when they were last here. Very fancy gummy bears, but I ate a whole bunch of them and drank some more and went to bed. Hi, Rachel, but waffles would be great. Hi. Oh, Jay. Hey, saying hi to Jody. Yay, yay. Website of Faded Adventures. Check it out, guys, if you haven't. I'll be looking at it. Jump to it. Hi, Andy. Got the highs. Wait list to sign up for the next round starting October. Cool. Let's see. Hops on a bus to get to Jody's house for chicken and waffles. Awesome. A release date of June 22nd, midsummer, bearing any problem. If not, my backup plan is June 24th, which is International Fairy. Is International Fairy Day? That's awesome. That's awesome. See, Jody says, hey, that's if you want to. I keep sprinting. I'll be on from 7 to 9 Central tonight. Awesome. Awesome. 7 to 9. So that is my time. I'm trying to do calculation. That is 8:10 my time, I think. Either way, I'm going to double check whatever I have, make sure there's nothing going on, or see if I have to cook. But then, yes, and let's get the. I would like to get your link for your sprint. Okay, unless it's already in the AutoTube thingy. But let me know if it's not, and then we'll get you the wrench set up and get you to add it onto the list. All right. Participants choose one of the 4 characters to follow in the Faded Adventure story. and they each have their own romantic interests and romance trope, and get their own clues to solve their overall mystery. Sorry, they wouldn't spell my name. Oh yeah, we got you, Shannon with one N. Uh, I can relate to that, Shannon. Name misspells. Uh, they have issues writing Rita? Huh. Interesting. I love a ton of things about fantasy, but I'm definitely in the epic fantasy realm. Magic, fantastical creatures and races, magical realms. I don't know. Just love fantasy. Cool. I've never been to a Waffle House. What are those? Uh so I've only been I think once, and it's kind of like I think of it like a McDonald's or something like that, like a fast food restaurant. I think the joke is that I heard growing up is like essentially after you have a night out clubbing, or we were talking about dancing earlier in the stream, but you have a night out clubbing or whatever, you go to Waffle House and use that to solidify your stomach for the next day or for that night. Um, yeah, waffles. Oh, I am hungry. I like I said, I think I had some coffee today and water. I think that's what I've eaten so far. So yeah, I'm gonna have to eat some food here soon. Chicken waffles usually happens late at night, which is so funny because you would think that'd be a morning thing, but then again, all the carbs in it are good to go lay down on. Not good, but good. Not good for the body, but you'll definitely get a little tired. Maybe. How would they spell your name wrong, Rita? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, Rita, how do they spell your name wrong? It's hard to say, so I just was reading. Rita. Rita. Oh, Rita. Oh, okay. Maybe the H? Rita slaying it. I thought you were about to call her Rita Slay Night. I was like, oh, that's a cool ass name, Slay Night. She's slaying it, all right. LOL. Rita Selena, Rita Selenia, Rita Selena, like the singer. I'm always surprised by the misspellings, to be honest. I got you. The last name I could see maybe the last name being misspoken or missaid, depending on what region you're in, etc. But the first name that was surprising to me. But am I saying? I think it says Rita, correct? Let me know. Ha, y'all are hilarious. You go, girl. Rita. Oh my goodness. The emojis. I'm like, it's like margarita. Can you spell margarita? Depends on how many margaritas I've had. Oh, I know Selena. So I'm always telling people it's also all phonetically spelled the same. So, huh. Slanina. I'm going to have to hear your last name, I guess. It's phonetic. But yeah, my Slanina. Slanina, right? So my first name, clearly, or maybe not clear, but sometimes I have challenges with people pronouncing my first name, which is Adetokunbo. And that might, if you never heard that name, it's a mouthful. But if I show them, people are like, oh, because there's a number of letters there. But I'm like, it's phonetic. Now, my last name, Adeshile, people seem to get that and go, but I'm like, that's the only one with an accent. My first name is literally said how you read it. Like, if you hear it once, it should be fine. And sometimes people catch on real quick, but a lot of people are like, Adeshile. I'm like, okay, that works. But like, my first name is like 100% like phonetic. The only part is where I have an N in there where people might think it's the B because it's like ADETOKUNBO, and the N and the B sound can be a bit confusing. So people think the N is an M, but it is not. It is not. As far as I know, it is an N. Although that'd be terrible if I find out I was spelling my name incorrectly. Huh. Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be the worst thing in life. Very doubtful though. Margarita, slaying it in the heels. Lovely. Laughs. Selena, such a legend. It's an offer to you. Hugs. Shannon creates Rita's new desk nameplate. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the sprints. I'm heading out to have some much needed dinner. Rachel, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Hopefully I'll be able to drop by your stream here and get a little bit more writing done. Laughter. Have a good evening, Rachel. Raquel. Have a great night, Rachel. Just right with Jody. Andy saying it's just right with Jody. I hope you've got enough space for everyone crashing your place for chicken and waffles. Oh yeah. Night, Rachel. To Rita, when I was young, we used to get so many misspellings of Dewey in the mail. I mean, come on, folks. Shaking my head. It's like a 24-hour restaurant that people go after the club to publish with Andy. Most misspellings, oddly enough, happen mostly at coffee shops. Slanina. Slanina? 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 So sometimes I also confuse words because, like you were saying earlier, Rita, that you know how to speak Spanish. So sometimes my brain gets like words kind of like confused. I was like, I read like Slanina. It's like, no, you're going both Spanish and like some other language. Like, no. There's a Nina in my women's writing fantasy group, but it's pronounced Nina. Nina? 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 Nina. When I was little, teachers didn't know how to spell Heather. Then the 80s happened. Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. Your first name's easier name stumps the masses. Yeah. I just think it's because there are so many letters that people don't expect to see, and their brain just farts at that point, which I understand. It's happened. I'm like, guys, like, listen, I know it's a lot of letters, but it's not that many more letters than Alexander, and Alexander has like an X in it, an X, which is awesome, but it has an X in it. So let's just be clear, my name isn't as crazy sounding as one might think. It's just different. I've known her longer than you, Rita, and it took me so long to say her name right that when I look at your last name, I hear Slanina. Slanina. I am the mom and grandma for my tiny farm town. I've had enough for everyone in terms of the waffles. Nice hugs. Okay. Nina. That makes me feel like saying Nana. Nina. You're awesome. But of course, Nina. Slanina. Right? Slanina. I hope I'm not messing it up. Yes, you got okay. It's check. Okay. Gotcha. Slanina. Is that Slanina or Slanina? I'm joking. Oh shoot. Hilarious. It's cool. I'm just being silly. Slanina. I have my name in my YouTube handle so I don't forget my name and how to spell my name. Now, you know the crazy thing, Andy, is that with my name, especially with some of the guys that I've worked with, I can't ever have a misspelling of my name. So you know how like you type and typing, you might just miss a key just because you might miss a key. Well, I got a lot of letters in my name to potentially miss a key. Generally, I'm fine, but I'm also human. I think I could imagine. I think it might miss a letter once, maybe while typing it out. So I said something smart, but I can't imagine like putting a wrong letter in my name because those guys just rip me apart. Like, oh, look at you, Mr. Adetokumbo, look at you. Like, guys, come on. Don't act like you've never misspelled anything before. Like, come on. Like, if my name were Jim, it might be a little easier, but maybe not. I still might mess it up because it's typing. And I always look at my keyboard. And if you're like me, which is recent, I had this experience. I have a ergonomic keyboard. So when I go back to like a regular desk keyboard, is my typing is off. So I used to type very fast. I probably type okay now, But when I get into a regular keyboard, like I had to do the other day, it's just like I'm not necessarily what is it called, pecking, key pecking or whatever, but it is a little slow. I'm like, oh, this is a little rough. This is a little rough here. But I could definitely misspell on the regular keyboard now, just because I have been using one for a while now. I'm gonna have to start using my laptop again. Even then, that might have a smaller keyboard, so I still may be out of sync. Funny, funny, funny. Uh, that was so cool about our community, though. So many different names, origins, and spells. It makes it fun. I agree. I agree. Like I was like, Heather was like, yeah, part wash. I'm like, that's so cool. Translation to my last name is Bacon Farmer or just Bacon. Waffles. So are we gonna go to was it Jody's house where she has the chicken and waffles and Rita, you'll bring the bacon? Like we're gonna make this work, guys. We're gonna make this work. Bacon. But I feel like I give head nod to my people. Like you guys know where it's at. You know where it's at. Absolutely, Rita. Panda. Say my days are in night. I'm not gonna start singing, but you know the rest of the lyric. Oh, it's hard not to start singing that song. I just don't want to hurt your guys' eardrums any more than I already have. Got the bacon. The Baconator. Oh, getting so hungry. Bacon. See, Shane and I always talking about food, but this is why. Because when we're hungry, any mention of food, it's like, must eat, must eat. I'm mostly just teasing, just teasing. Sorry, not teasing. Nah, I love food, love food. That's why I like to throw a little wrinkle in there. I don't know how much detail I want to go into talking about food, but I like to mention it. Mmm. Food. Okay, I'm actually really hungry. I'm actually really hungry. Good thing my last name isn't Llewellyn. The proper pronunciation would break everyone's brain. So it's not Llewellyn. So I don't know what the proper pronunciation is. If that's not it, Llewellyn, Lewin. I don't know. I'm curious. Speaking of spelling, see you surely versus see you shortly. Same. Oh gosh, that is great. Oh, that's awesome. Good thing, Annie, your name has 4 letters. No forgetsies, no misspellings. I'm hearing potluck. Let's go. Andy, Andy, Andy. I'm replacing the lyrics of our food party though. Hopping off. Hello, I need to get some food. If you're actually hopping off, take care. Publish for Andy. Take care, Andy. Thank you for dropping by. Andy with a Y. Llewellyn. Now I got it. No. Was the correct pronunciation of Ether? Oh, that's such a good question. Hold on, did I miss? Okay. It would take a book to explain it, Rita, but double L is a letter. DM. Oh my word. So, and I imagine it's different from like how double L's are in Spanish. Um, like what's the word double L in Spanish? Like llorar, like for like what's it? Oh, I'm blanking on what the word was. It to rain or to cry? I'm having to double check. Have a good one, Andy. Oh dang, more spelling math. I thought you said old dog. I was like, oh man, we're bringing back old school words now. Peace out with the waffles. See you, Andy. Llama. Oh, say Yama. The 2 L's are a Y. Yeah, say Yama. Thank you. Thank you, Rita. See, read it. Llama. Yama. Didn't we talk about the llama apocalypse? No. No, alpaca. Alpaca. I was talking about trying to spell apocalypse. Alpacalypse. Llama apocalypse. That not a. Oh my word. Alpaca. Alpaca. Okay. Well, we are hold on. I do love llamas. So cute. Essentially say L without saying L and blow out. Well, don't you love it? Say L without saying L and blow L. No, L. No, L sounds more. I'm trying to go towards Arabic. Oh, geez, I don't know. Now I'm gonna have to. Now I'm gonna have to check it out. You're welcome. Welcome. Now I'm saying Yama. I'll say Yama. Now I'm saying Yama weird now. Me Yama. I'll say te Yama. Me Yamo. Te Yamas. Say Yama. All right, there we go. I had to go back to the grammar. Go back to the pronunciation. Oh no. But now I'm gonna think of it. Say llama. Oh, say Yama. Say Yama. Say Yama. Oh, jeez. Are y'all saying Yama weird? Wait, waiter or Yama weird? Oh gosh. You guys are hilarious. Hilarious. Google Luke Evans talking Welsh. You'll see. Oh my word. Okay. I had to Google Luke. Short circuiting now. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's supposed to be too weird. It's all right. Our brains are breaking right now. Can't type. Hello, Rita. Need a reboot. Oh gosh. Hello, Rita. Oh, it's so funny. So leather it to Heather. Shake it. Oh, leave it. Oh gosh. Leather it to Heather. Leave it. See now I'm losing. Leave it to Heather. Shaking my head. Oh my word. Oh my word. Goodness gracious. So I think we're coming to a close here. So let me because I think I said my time 1:30 for 4 hours. So we're almost coming to that point here. Um so that said, thank you for the sprints. Oh my gosh, you guys so fun today. Got some things done. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for hosting. Awesome. Hey, he's Shannon with one N, or lady one N, as they say. Where is the ice cream? Thank you for dropping by, of course, and supporting me starting out in this streaming process for all the sprints that you put out there on a regular basis, and of course all the other work that you're out there doing. Rita, oh my gosh, you guys so fun today and got some things done. Appreciate you. Thank you for your hosting. Rita, thank you for dropping by. Appreciate your energy always. And looking forward to all the fun stuff that you'll be doing here in the future. I know you got the reels and all the other work coming out here. And then you have is it a Friday morning stream, I think, right, Rita? What time is your stream? Bacon and ice cream. Oh goodness. Let's see. See you guys later. Ceviche. Hey, Carpenter. Hey, thanks for the sprints. Appreciate it, Carpenter. JC Carpenter, thanks for dropping by, hanging out with us. It's going to hang out with y'all. It's good to hang out with y'all. I've been editing my own work all day. My brain is mush. For others, a different ballgame. Good thing I'm taking the evening off. Good. Get you some deserved rest. Maybe some bacon and some chicken and waffles and a little bit of ice cream too. Lots of smiles. That was fun. Thanks. Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you for dropping by. Oh, yes. Her stream is at early o'clock. But not dark 30, huh? Dark 30. I'll be streaming Friday, borrowing that language, by the way. Not a language I usually have. Borrowing that from the military, not mine. I'll be streaming Friday at Saturday morning, 7:30 7:30 a.m. Eastern. I think my brain might be coming mush now. My words are getting jumbled. Yeah. Here's tomorrow's link. I'll be I'll be streaming Friday and Saturday morning. Got it. Oh, I can start. Boom! Start. Didn't even realize I could do that. There we go. Hello, Shannon. I meant to say fun, not gun. Lord. I can't type. Oh, that's how it is sometimes. I can't talk right now. Shannon's having issues typing. We're all having issues saying words. Like, that's where we're at right now. We all have to eat. None of us. We all need to eat. None of us could talk or type now. That's hilarious. All right, folks. Well, I definitely appreciate it. Don't forget to check out Rita's. And I believe, was it Jody or Rachel who, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on that, but someone else has a sprint later on tonight. Let me scroll up. Oh, I can. How many things can I star? 2. Okay. Well, Jody, got it. Appreciate it. Awesome. Yep. It's up. Jody has tonight. Which is y'all. I think Jody. Yep. It's Jody. Bye, y'all. See you, Shannon. I can't be the only one to edit the comments before posting. I keep making typos myself. 7 to 9. 7 to 9. All right. 7 to 9. All right. 7 to 9. And for quickness, because we're closing up. Today is Thursday. Today's Thursday. And we can get you the moderator link next time if you like. All right. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate it. I'll try to go to an outro loop or something like that. And hey, I appreciate y'all. So thank you so much. We'll talk to y'all soon.